Good morning and welcome to regular council for the Corporation of the Township of Minden Hills for Thursday, December 11th, 2025. In review of today's agenda, there is a public meeting regarding a zoning bylaw amendment. There are 5 delegations regarding the communication tower, and there is a closed session that will take place near the end of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please proceed with a roll call to confirm attendance.
Counselor Sisson,
Present.
Counselor Saney,
Present.
Counselor McKelvey,
Present.
Counselor Johannesson,
Present.
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 Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please proceed with reading the resolution for the approval of the agenda.
moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that the December 11th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will go into a public meeting. Ask Amanda Doherty to join us. And Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Marshall, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council adjourn its regular meeting at 9:02 a.m. to proceed into public meeting regarding Report 2582 Planning, application for zoning bylaw amendment, PLZBA 2025091.
All those in favor? That is carried. Today, there is one public meeting held by council. Oh, sorry, I have to call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Today, there is one public meeting held by council under Section 34 of the Planning Act for application PLZBA 2025091. The public meeting is an opportunity to present to council and the public the details and background to the proposed amendment and to receive comments from the public and agencies before a council decision is made. If a person would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed, the person is not entitled to appeal the decision. This public meeting is declared open and is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for Part Lot 22 Concession A in the geographic township of Minden, being 1125 Queens Lines Road. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the subject application was submitted by Ian Dixon on behalf of himself and Teresa Dixon as property owners. The purpose of the application is to implement site-specific zoning, which would allow for development of the lot. The property is currently vacant and has a lot area of approximately 5 acres with just under 300 feet of frontage along Queens Line Road. The property owners are seeking to construct a new 2-story single detached dwelling with an attached garage on the northeast corner of the property. An attached covered deck, covered porch would also be proposed along the front with an attached open deck at the rear of the dwelling. The property owners previously applied for a building permit and had started site alteration. However, the front of the property is zoned hazard land in its entirety, attributed primarily to existing wetlands and watercourses, both on and around the subject lands. The property owners identified topographical constraints preventing them from locating the dwelling outside of the hazard land zone. So a zoning bylaw amendment was required to rezone any appropriate lands from hazard land to rural in order to permit the development. To identify an appropriate building envelope, an environmental assessment was required to support the application. So an environmental impact study was completed to identify the boundaries of any existing natural features and assess the potential impacts of the proposed development. Under the policies of the provincial planning statement, the subject property is part of the rural area and is more specifically defined as being rural lands. Permitted uses do include residential uses, which are considered locally appropriate. Development has to have regard for Chapter 4, which is wise use and management of resources. The environmental impact study identified both wetlands and a watercourse on the subject property, as well as significant wildlife habitat for deer wintering. Mitigation measures were included, restricting any further tree removal and protection of wintering yards, and which is incorporated the site-specific amendment in order to ensure consistency with the PPS. The subject property is designated rural land in the County of Haliburton official plan. Rural development is to be compatible with the rural landscape, sustained by rural service levels, and to have consideration for the environment and natural features. The policies of the county OP closely reflect those of the PPS, and the application is considered to conform to the county OP policy. The property is designated rural on Schedule A of the township's official plan. Policy development is required to maintain a minimum 23-meter setback to hydrologic features for a principal dwelling or building, as well as 30 meters for any tile fields where there's a vacant lot that existed as of the date of the approval of the official plan. The environmental impact study does recommend those provisions to be maintained for the water course. However, they did recommend a full 30-meter setback to the wetland, given the sensitive nature of the feature. Cleared areas within the vegetated buffers are to be revegetated to a natural state. They did not recommend specifically a revegetation plan, but just that site alteration or other activities of that nature would cease to exist in those areas. So based on the foregoing, the application would be considered to conform to township official plan policy. The subject property is zoned rural zone as well as hazard land zone. Permitted uses in the rural zone do include single detached dwellings, and then no development is permitted in the hazard land zone. The EIS identified some developable lands within the existing hazard land zone, which would be rezoned to a rural exception to permit construction of the dwelling closer to the road. The EIS also identified certain areas recommended for protection, which will be rezoned to hazard land where they are not already. Those areas are located towards the rear of the property, however, so they would not impact the proposed development and won't be built upon. Within the rural exception zone, site-specific provisions are incorporated to include protective mitigation measures that were identified in the environmental impact study, which included the recommended setbacks for the septic system and the dwelling to the water course, as well as site-specific definition for lot coverage would be utilized in order to limit the disturbance to the wintering yard for the deer. Notice of today's meeting was circulated to neighboring property owners and agencies on November 20th, and a signed notice was also posted on the property. We've received no written comments on this application.
Okay. Does the applicant have a presentation or wish to make any comments? I'm sorry, I didn't. There, come to the mic. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Carter, to you and through you to members of council present. My name is John Grant, stepfather, father-in-law to the applicants. I reside at 447 North Street in Beaverton, Ontario. And I guess we're here basically to answer any questions of council as a result of the very extensive and detailed staff report. We note that the EIS and basically has no concerns with development. The application maintains consistency with the 2024 provincial planning statement. That the proposed house will preserve the wetlands, water courses, and wildlife habitat. The report states the application conforms with the report states the application conforms with the township official plan policy. So we're hopeful on the outcome of today's proceedings and here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, members of the public will now have an opportunity to provide their comments. Are there any individuals attending virtually?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any attendees.
Okay, is there anybody in person that wishes to make comment? Seeing none. Are there any questions from council to the applicants or the planner? Seeing none. As a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any recommendations or comments that you wish to bring to the attention of council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the staff report recommends that council receive report 25-82 planning as information, and further that bylaw 25-120 being a bylaw to approve a zoning bylaw amendment for the land subject to PL ZBA 2025-091 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
Okay, if there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this public meeting closed at 9:11 a.m. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution to return to regular council.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council adjourn the public meeting and resumes its regular meeting at 9:11 a.m.
All those in favor? That is carried. And then the next resolution on. Okay, so we'll just go to the delegations. All right. All right, we move now to delegations. So Lisa Severson and Paula Preston of EORN, please join the meeting, apparently electronically. Not sure if you could hear me electronically, but.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. We're just gonna have to test your volume a little bit there. You could just speak again.
Can everyone hear me now?
Not really well.
Oh, okay.
Am I any different? Good morning, everybody.
No, you're both the same.
Hmm.
Our crack technical team is about to handle this.
Any different?
I think they're still working on it.
We're still working on it, just hang on for a minute.
Does this make any difference?
Yeah. Oh, yes, it made a difference. But. All right, I think our crack technical team has come up with a solution. Speak louder.
We can do that. We can do that.
So I'll ask you to project as loudly as you can, and we will follow your presentation.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. And our apologies for not being there in person, but with the weather, it's a bit of 4 to 5 hour drive for each of us one way, and we were a little hesitant to get on the roads yesterday. So I'm just going to give a quick overview. I'm Lisa Severson, and I'll give a quick overview of the project, and Paula will talk to you more about the technical aspects of the project. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. And to the next one. So just to give a brief overview, the EORN Sol Gap project was supported by the federal and provincial governments in 2020. The objective of the project is to fill in gaps in coverage and capacity throughout the region, which is the EOWC region of 13 upper tier municipalities. The project is valued at approximately $300 million, with all construction needing to be completed by August of 2026. After a public procurement process, Rogers was awarded the contract in 2021. Rogers is responsible for the technical design, land acquisitions, land use authority, and construction and operations of the network once it's in service. Rogers also has contractual obligations to EORN after the builds are completed in 2026 until 2030. Next slide, please. So when EORN was looking at the project and how to define where there were gaps in both coverage and capacity, we created a demand model, which we utilized impact data for. So we knew where people lived, people worked, and traveled on major roadways. The goal for the EORN Sol Gap project is that 99% of the demand area should be able to make that call when they need to. 95% of the demand area where people live, work, and travel will be able to use their devices to look up email, do banking, use social media, etc. And then in 85% of that demand area, we are rolling out high definition services. So, for example, if your Halliburton EMS are on a call, they would be able to patch into the local hospitals and provide online, they'd be able to stream the situation that they were dealing with, or if you needed to do a Zoom call like we're doing today, you would be able to do that from your device. So Rogers, after the requirements were provided to the carriers, which they responded to in a request for proposal, their submissions. Rogers did develop a network design to locate towers to meet our goals. So the project plan is to upgrade and or build 600 towers across the region. And I'm going to turn it over to Paula now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paula Preston. I'm the Director of Technology for the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. Could you go to the next slide, please? What I'm going to try and do today is give you a little bit of an overview of the general site selection process and what our engineering teams in Rogers does to select a site. There are 3 key components for identifying the general area where a site should go. One of them is to maximize the coverage. As Lisa showed in the demand area, our project is trying to cover all of those pink areas. So, and what we're trying to do is ensure that mobile users who are traveling from one location to another along a road, or you're out and about, or potentially out in the just you're out and about, you need that mobile coverage. The purpose of our project is not necessarily to provide coverage to fixed households, but it's a mobile project. The other piece that's key in our network designs, or Rogers network designs, is to ensure overlap of the towers. You want to be able to have continuity of service as you move from one location to the other, as you move in or out of the reach of a tower location. And the third, and it also provides improved capacity as well, where there's that overlap or that multiple, the potential for multiple services. Your device can pick the most, the service, the tower location that provides the strongest signal. And finally, it's key for us to ensure that the towers can see or connect via microwave to another tower. And then from there, ultimately provide connectivity to the core voice network or the internet. Our towers are mostly connected via microwave, so it's important that they can see each other. So basically, the placement of a tower in a large project like this is a complex design exercise to ensure the most efficient network design and the best coverage. It's really key, so it's a complex process. Can you go to the next slide, please? And you can see trying to provide coverage to Halliburton County is a large, complex network of sites. We've upgraded about 21 sites, which are generally speaking in your region, mostly bell towers. We're building new or adding to new locations, 33 sites, and total, including the uplist right now, we've got about 30 sites in service. It still leaves about 20 sites to come into service. And you can see on this map the sort of coverage and complexity that we've got across the region. Next slide. And finally, this is probably one of the most important slides of the presentations that we're trying to make. The slide on the left with the pink shows the current coverage from existing towers across this small part of the region. And you can see the red lines represent the roads and the dots you can see represent the tower locations. If you look on the far left, there's a number for a tower location, which is not obviously clear in my view, but it's C29-118. And then if you move to the east, that is where the Brady Lake Tower is proposed to be going. And you can see that there's large swaths of white or unserved areas along that area, and especially along the highway, Highway 118. There is big gaps of coverage along that area. On the right is the green shows coverage from the tower if it's supposed to go up. And it shows that there's significantly improved coverage along Highway 118 and north and south, as well as to the east and west of that proposed location. Overall, it provides improved coverage to over 1,000 households across the region. Next slide. And again, this slide reemphasizes the importance of this site. This tower is approximately equidistant from two other existing bell towers where Rogers already has service on it. You need a coverage of, the ideal distance between towers based on terrain is generally 9 to 10 kilometers. This is equidistant between the two. We're still significantly far north of the towers in the south, and we do get coverage from the tower on the right, 8601, which provides coverage in the area as well. But it does, again, as I said, provide coverage to over 1,000, improved coverage and capacity to over 1,000 households, as well as the main roads. Just want to emphasize that this is actually the third site location within the fairly narrow search ring as identified by our engineers. And as Lisa mentioned earlier, our project completes in August of 2026. All of our towers have to be built in that period of time. And unfortunately, there is no time left to find a fourth or other alternative site and complete the regulatory requirements to make this tower go forward. So, and that's basically the end of my presentation, unless anybody's got any questions.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receives a presentation on behalf of EORN regarding cell gap project C8268 Brady Lake Towers information.
They're good. I can be heard. I'd like to thank the council for their time today and considering the proposed telecommunication tower at 2205 Brady Lake Road. Sorry, next slide. And you can probably go to the next one and the next one. The site selection criteria that Rogers follows when considering a location is expected usage patterns of service and proximity to users, local topography, line of sight requirements, opportunities to the existing structures, availability of a willing land host. And for this location, we spoke to several landowners and found one owner willing to host the installation. And as mentioned previously, this is actually a third alternative to this site. Next slide. This is just a little closer in and talks about where it shows the location of this tower in the middle. As mentioned, there's about 20 kilometers distance between the existing towers. And this helps fill in a major gap in cell service coverage for the area, especially along 118. And also to note that 3 out of these towers are co-locates, and we do always co-locate where we can and where we do have an existing structure that does work. Unfortunately, there was not one in this area. Next slide. Selecting an actual site, once a planning location is identified, the engineer is trying to search ring that identifies the general area, the planning criteria, and the search ring is approximately 2 kilometers. So it is relatively small area. And you may only have, especially in a more rural area, sort of maybe 10 sites that even probably could even possibly host. And then you look within that to the actual sites that then can actually handle the tower and put us at proper height. And we have to look at how they connect that specific spot to the other antennas, the other towers within the search ring so they can communicate with each other. We search the database for existing structures is the first thing that they would do. And if not, then RCI real estate contractors use the search ring to identify potential properties and suitable size and characteristics, access to road, power, etc., and non-wetlands. They then start reaching out to potential properties. If they find a willing landlord, they'll immediately start the lease procedure. And once the lease is signed, they start the land lease authority. Next slide. And next one. Thank you. ISED consultation protocol. The Township of Minden Hills does not have their own tower siting policy, so it defaults to and adopts the ISED consultation protocol in CPC 2-0-03. Key components are investigating and sharing existing infrastructures, contacting the land use authority to determine local requirements regarding antenna systems, undertaking public notification and addressing relevant concerns by following local land use authority requirements or ISED's default process as required and appropriate, satisfying ISED's general technical requirements, and completing the construction within 3 years. Next slide, please. The municipal role in the tower approval as the LUA, Land Use Authority, decides on the process for consultation, follow the ISED's default process or create their own consultation process. By a minimum, it does require all that's in the ISED process. They assist the proponent by providing contact information for residents within the public consultation notification radius, ensure that the consultation process is followed correctly. If the consultation process is followed correctly, concurrence should be approved. LUA should be based their decision on the fulfillment of the process and the requirements of the ON policy or ISIS default possibly non-relevant concern should not be considered in the approval process. These are defined on the next slide. Considerations that are relevant. Why is the use of existing tower not possible? Why is an alternate site not possible? What the TSP are we doing to ensure that the tower is not accessible to the general public? How we try to integrate the tower into the local surroundings, what options are available to satisfy aeronautical obstruction marking requirements at the site, and the steps we took to ensure compliance with the general requirements of the documents, including the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act and Safety Code 6, etc. Concerns that are not relevant include disputes with member of the public relating to TSP service, but unrelated to the tower installation, potential effects that a proposed tower system will have on property values or municipal taxes, question whether the tower and Safety Code 6, local established bylaws, legislation, procedures are valid or should be changed or reformed in some manner. Next slide, please. The specific Brady Lake site, public notification and consultation. Notification to all property owners within 3 times the edge of the parcel, approximately 180 meters. Actually, normally from the tower base, which would have had no properties, but the municipality chose, the township chose to use the property line and not the tower base. So it increased the area that we went. 21 packages were sent out because of the postal strike, though I believe most people did receive, because I did get quick response after the first. We did, just in case of a backup, send them out by courier as well. Only couldn't send them to the people who had PO boxes, but the strike was resolved within that time frame anyway. We put in 2 newspaper ads, Minden Times and the Highlander, accordingly on those dates. We held a public meeting on October 23rd at the Community Hall in Minden Hills, which was held virtually and in person, with 16 people attending virtually, 17 in person. A summary of the meeting was provided to the municipality. A minimum of required for public comment. Comments began September 22nd and closed on October 30th. Next slide, please. 16 residents provided comments on the tower. 11 of the 16 residents were in favor of the tower, and 5 residents did not support the tower due to concerns of possible property devaluation, health issues related to electromagnetic radiation from the towers, and several requested the tower be moved again to a different location. Again, from the property values are not, from Safety Code 6, are not deemed relevant with regards to concerns. And again, as mentioned earlier, that the project's nearing the end, and this tower does need to get up and running within the time frame for the end of the project in 2026. Next slide. And yeah, next slide. Thank you. The specific site is designed to have a radius of approximately 5 to 6 kilometers to fill in the gap between the 2 existing towers, which are co-locates. And in order to cover these areas, we're looking at a 60-meter self-support tower. The original design was a 90-meter tower, and one of the things we had to do is we were able to reduce the tower height. Site will provide 4G and 5G services in the coverage area, and currently it does not require lighting as per Transportation Canada requirements. Natural heritage assessment was completed by EORN and First Nation as part of the duty for the consultation requirements. Completed an environmental impact study at the request of the municipality as of September 4th, and the tower will meet all guidelines as outlined by Safety Code 6. Next slide, please. The EIS made several mitigation requirements to ensure the protection of key environmental conditions, relocate the tower to current location further north. I believe it's actually specifically 65 meters. I think we have about 70 there. Moving away from the environmental protection EP and hazard zones, i.e. keeping a 30-meter buffer from both zones. Additionally, providing silt fencing along the access road to mitigate the concerns from the hazard and EP zones. As a condition of the concurrence, Rogers agrees to ensure that their subcontractors will follow these mitigation requirements. Next slide. Next slide is just the survey and showing the tower of a 60-meter tower. Next slide. A little closer proximity to the compound along with the middle diagram. I know it's hard to see, but that would be the silt fencing that would go along the road for the construction. Next slide. This is just from the Highway 18, a photo simulation of what the tower would look like. Next slide is from other side on Lakeside. And then the third one is from the lake from across the way. And again, it's a picture and your field of vision is usually much greater than that. The next slide, please. As contractors, Spectre Point, who I work for on behalf of Rogers, demonstrated that we have met all the requirements of the Township of Minden Hills Land Use Authority process. We followed the LUA process, advertised in the paper, notifications, PC in response to written questions, EIS study requested in mid-June 2025 and completed in July, early August. Relocated the tower away from the EP zone and the hazard zone, identified the mitigation from the EIS, and Rogers provided attestation to adhere to the mitigations. At this time, we respectfully request that the council grant concurrence to Rogers for C8268 Brady Lake Road site. And that's the end of my presentation, and here need be to answer any questions that I may be able to.
Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives a presentation from Spectre Point on behalf of Rogers Communications regarding proposed telecommunications tower C8268 Brady Lake as information.
Thank you. All those in favor? Sorry, do we read both on that? All those in favor? That's carried. Yeah. All right, next is Donna and James Kahn. Please join us. You'll need to press the button so the red light is on the. And could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Donna Kahn. We are residents of 2333 Brady Lake Road. That's our cottage. We also live in Oshawa.
Okay,
Okay.
please start.
Good morning, and I apologize. I've been sick for the last week and a half, so I've been over it, but I'm still recovering. So, good morning, Mayor and members of council and the township staff and fellow residents. My name is Donna Kahn, and I speak today on behalf of myself and my husband, James Kahn, as residents of Brady Lake and as an executive of longstanding Brady Lake Ratepayers Association. Our association is 60 plus years, and a member of FOCA, 40 plus years. And community, when we value community and the environment, and we're committed to sustaining and enhancing the lake experience. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate regarding the proposed Rogers Telecommunication Tower C8268 at 2205 Brady Lake Road. I respectfully submit the following delegation highlights critical to consideration under the ISED CPC 2-0-03, the Radio Communications and Broadcasting Antenna Systems Protocol, the Township of Minden Hills Interim Protocol, and the significant impacts this tower would have on our tranquil waterfront community. While the township states that the property is zoned RU, rural, and HZ, hazardous lands, these classifications are intended for low impact compatible with environmental constraint areas and rural residential character. A 60-meter telecommunication tower and industrial equipment does not align with the intended use of either designation. Conveyance and land use impact. Staff assert that the existing uses will remain. However, a telecommunication tower is a permanent high-impact commercial utility installation. Conveyance for the purpose of hosting a tower functionally alters the use of the property. The Planning Act and Township zoning bylaw do not remove the municipality's responsibility to assess land use compatibility, visual impact, and community character. And this new tower is in direct line, our sight line of 2333 Brady Lake Road, as far as all the residents on that west end of the lake. It will be a real impact to them. Claim that the tower is considered a public use. Staff referenced section 4.28 of the zoning bylaw defining the tower as public use. This classification predates modern high-impact telecommunication facilities. A commercial Rogers installation operated for profit should not be interpreted as conventional public use. Using public use as a catch-all circumvents legitimate land use and compatible review. So procedural deficiencies and lack of transparent consultation. The assertion that Rogers and Spectre Point have complied with all notifications and consultation requirements under CPC -2-0-03 is insufficient. Federal protocol requires meaningful consultation, including accessible and renewable documentations, reviewable documentations, proper notifications affecting residents, and opportunities for direct engagement. And just to elaborate on that, the guideline explicitly mandates that the proponent must demonstrate those consultation procedures. The limited post hoc communications distributed to residents with a narrow radius does not constitute meaningful consultation. And there was no guarantee that people actually received that information. And to hear from Mr. Alger that there was 3 sites, that is news to anybody on Brady Lake. We have already been down this road as far as a tower within our community, and we were opposed to it before, and you've moved the tower literally 600 meters from the original tower. We're still opposed to it. And during the public consultation, presenters were unable to confirm that all those residents received notifications. The meeting was flawed during that public presentation. The visuals were not clear. We had difficulty hearing. I was attending virtually, and it was really a disturbing situation in the fact that people were having conversations, people were not muted. So there was not a professional system in place to ensure that it was a meaningful participation. No one was monitoring the chat, unable to see all the residents or the participants, and some questions were not answered clearly. Information provided is required by AODA, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act compliant, and I believe none of these documentations are compliant. Having it posted in the newspaper one time in a time when most residents aren't even up at their residences is not meeting the requirement of having a consultative process. So the township indicates it cannot provide the coverage maps displayed at the meeting. This raises procedural concerns under ISED CPC, which requires full transparency and public consultation. accessible and renewable technical and visual documentation, a process that ensures interested parties have the opportunity to obtain detailed information of the proposal. The inability to obtain the core materials show to the public it is in direct conflict of this federal requirement. And there was an EORN presentation in May of 2025, and it stated that there was a new location found, that the lease was signed and pre-construction had started. At no time was anyone on Brady Lake informed of that. That is not consultative. That is not collaborative. And there was something posted in the paper mid-October, and that's the first anyone really had heard about this. So it's, in our opinion, deceptive, because you're not collaborating with community, that we've already had a discussion about placement of a tower. You didn't try to work with anybody within our community. And quite frankly, it has divided our community. Roger says they're supposedly bringing communities together. Well, this has divided our community, because everybody on the west end of our lake are not happy with the fact that this is being forced upon us. And Roger's position of going out and seeking private landowners that have personal gain to have a tower on their property is not, and us as taxpayers and property owners, it's on us instead of Rogers and municipalities to fight for what we feel is our right, and to have this not be in our backyard, basically. Sorry, I'm going to just quickly continue.
Yes, please try to wrap it up.
Okay. So I'm sorry. The selection confers financial benefits to a private landowner. This disregards ISED's preference for public or government-owned land. It ignores municipal, provincial, and federal alternatives. Photo simulations that were provided, they don't represent a true visual of what that tower is going to look like on Brady Lake. There was no reference given, a legal reference of what site was used to create that tower. And there was no talk of having any environmental studies. And Rogers chooses to use private lands because they do not have to have an environmental study done. It is easier, more convenient, cheaper. They want access to hydro. They want access to highways. And it's on us property owners to fight this. Okay. An installation within 300 meters to 1 kilometer on private residence without informed consent constitutes a proportionate imposition on property rights protected under Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It violates common law principles of quiet enjoyment. Residents retain legitimate standing to oppose incompatible land use under municipal and environmental law. The municipality has the authority under federal ISED protocol to issue a non-concurrence based on land use compatibility, environmental context, community consultation, and visual impact, and site suitability. Okay, for this reason outlined, we respectively request that council issue a formal non-concurrence for the Rogers C8268 tower at 2205 Brady Lake Road. We would like to protect the environment, the aesthetics, and the social character of Brady Lake community. We support improved connectivity, but this location is incompatible with land use planning, contrary to community character, in conflict with ISED's consultation and transparency requirements, environment inappropriateness, and social divisive for a historically cohesive community. We respectfully urge council to uphold its responsibility under federal protocol to issue a non-concurrence to protect Brady Lake. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to our community.
Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receives a delegation from Donna and James Kahn in opposition of the proposed Rogers Communication Tower C8268 Brady Lake Road as information.
All those in favor? Thank you. Next, we have Heather Kahn.
Okay, so Donna will be speaking on behalf of Heather today.
Okay.
I'm just speaking on behalf of Heather Kahn. She is not well. She has lost her voice, so I'm going to try my best to fulfill her obligations. Her responses in response to the township's responses regarding procedure, technical, and ethical concerns that they had on the proposed 60-meter telecommunication tower. The township's response asserts that the photo simulation provided most accurately depicts the tower. However, the fundamental issue is not software capability, but input assumptions. Elevation and topographic data presented at the consultation misrepresent the true visual prominence of the tower from Brady Lake properties. It requires a public consultation includes sufficient, accurate, and contextual relevance information to enable informed participation. Failure to accurately depict the visual impact constitutes a procedural deficiency and undermines public trust. We are asking for the data and line of sight of seasonal foliage conditions considered and provide this with public before concurrence. The township asserts that the safety code 6 is not considered, but there still cannot be dismissed that down the road there could be possible issues related to a tower. As it stands right now, we don't have any possible risks at all, but this tower is proposed for 5G. Who knows what the future holds? This is a Rogers tower, or other companies going to be piggybacking onto that. We have concerns about is it going to be, because the site has been selected, would there ever change that tower to another size? None of these questions were considered or answered. The township's response notes that Transport Canada has not required lighting for this site. However, the prior statements that if lighting is required later, there is nothing we can do. Well, we want to know what the situation is regarding that, especially since it is in direct line of sight of our properties. And in fact, some people on Brady Lake can see the cell tower over by the, can see towers over by the airport. So having it so close to our property, we need to know what's proposed for the future and what are the possible options that might be present. The township characterized priority statements from the project's funding timeline as a good faith consultation. However, the use of conditional language implying that rejecting this site would eliminate all future connectivity constitutes coercion, which conflicts with the good faith engagement required under CPC 2-0-03, subsection 4.1, public consultation must be free from undue influence or pressure to ensure genuine input from affected communities. And that was again referred to again today, saying that this needs to happen right away. We understand the timelines for the township, but this is our property and this is what we have to look at. And this is what we have to live with. And we are property owners, longtime property owners, taxpayers, and our values should be considered. The township's response that federal environmental assessments are necessary, are unnecessary for non-federal lands. While technically accurate, this does not address the ethical responsibility of avoiding environmentally sensitive areas. Having an environmental assessment done by the company that's trying to put this forth, it doesn't seem like it's as valid as if it's done as a full environmental assessment. And during the consultation or the public meeting, they said, well, EORN goes for private lands because they don't have to do an environmental assessment. And that is a red flag. I'm sorry. If you want to do it right and you want to be a good companion to a community and be aware of our environment, then you will take all steps to ensure that you're in compliance with the environmental protocols. The response indicates compliance of national building codes and MTO approved access. Nevertheless, CPC 2-0-03 Annex 1 encourages transparency in construction planning and community impact. A written traffic and site restoration plan must be publicly disclosed to address road safety, staging, and post-construction remediation. So during the public meeting, it was stated that this construction is going to be happening before the end of August. So all this construction will be taking place during a time when people are up there enjoying their cottages, their residences during the summer months, and we're in the middle of construction. That's not an ideal situation for anyone. The township's dismissal of non-thermal or long-term exposure fails to lack the reasonable scientific uncertainty. So we wanted in writing that if this goes forward, we have concerns. And so that if there comes to be anything comes of this situation, we wanted noted that we had concerns right from the start regarding this tower. The township's response justifies the site selection based on the availability and willingness of landowners. At no time did a site option present, because the protocols with EORN and Rogers, the site selection, it should be existing tower infrastructure, municipal lands, provincial crown lands, federal lands, then private lands. But Rogers automatically goes to the private lands. Okay.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council receives a delegation from Donna Com on behalf of Heather Khan in opposition of the proposed Rogers Communication Tower C8268 Brady Lake Road as information.
All those in favor?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning.
Could you state your name and address for the record, and then you can commence?
Yes, Emily Jones. I'm at 25 Emerson Avenue in Toronto. Um, I don't have an address for my Brady Lake property, because we haven't built on it as of yet. You need the bin number or,
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
okay. And apologies, my, home office is actually my kid's bedroom. Uh, just one moment. So I did want to just make a statement that I've heard that if anybody mentions any sort of health concerns, that their opposition or letter stating opposition is discounted. And I hope that's not true because there's certainly more to everyone's issues than just health concerns and
Sorry, let me just say that health issues are not within the purview of municipal council. If you,
right.
that is all totally governed by federal regulation, and any complaints you have about health issues need to be taken up with the federal government. This is here, we
I
are
understand.
we are limited to what we are responsible for. And so, health issues are not one of those areas.
I understand. What I'm trying to say is that if you're if a community member expresses concern and that's one of their concerns, amongst others, I've heard that then that person's opposition doesn't count and is taken off the table because they mentioned something about health. And
No,
will,
that's not, sorry, I can't accept that. That is not true whatsoever. If you have
great.
legitimate concerns that are the responsibility of the municipality, please list those for us.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming that. So I am requesting, and I've never done this before, I didn't even know what the word delegation meant. So apologies, but I'm requesting non-concurrence for the proposed cell tower. And these are my reasons: the flawed public consultation process. Um, so even after all that we've learned during COVID and the lockdowns, the Zoom setup was completely inadequate. The meeting was hosted from a laptop facing the host, Will Elder. So basically, there was no ability to see who was attending the meeting. The microphone was from his laptop, so I couldn't hear Lisa from Yorn, or there was another gentleman. It was very, very hard to hear, and also couldn't hear the people that were there in the audience. There was no transparency on how many people were there. It was a very non-transparent process. The video and the audio quality was really poor. And so couldn't really understand what was going on in the Zoom meeting. And I at one point heard someone in the room say, I wish there were more people here, seemingly unaware that more than 16 people were attending virtually. This lack of transparency was frustrating and made it clear that the people attending in person were unaware of who was joining by Zoom. Additionally, the Zoom participants were not muted. There were many conversations happening while information was being presented that further made it harder and harder to hear what was going on. And in fact, because there were a few people on video, one woman called another person who was also on video, and they had a full conversation unmuted during this community session, and whatever was said during their conversation completely obscured what was being said in the actual consultation process. So all of the Zoom attendees couldn't hear a lot of the information because it was being because there were other people talking and having their own conversation and not muted. Along in the consultation process, there were environmental concerns brought up, and EORN and Spectra admitted that they would not conduct a proper environmental assessment and that they weren't required to do so. But I think as a community, we could be better than that and hope that our lake and surrounding areas is more meaningful than just, a rule where they don't have to comply to that. There were scare tactics used during the public consultation meeting. The EON representative stated, "I don't want this to sound like a threat," before then stating that this is the last location being considered and that if it isn't approved, EON will pull out of the project, which to me sounded exactly like a threat, and came across as a scare tactic intended to pressure the community into compliance rather than invite genuine dialogue. And although some additional information was provided to me personally after the meeting upon my request during the public consultation meeting, EORN and Spectra couldn't provide details on how many towers in the area have co-location agreements. And this was a concern. This is a Rogers tower, and not all residents around the lake are Rogers customers. In fact, I've heard that they're mostly Bell customers. And when asked whether alternative locations had been considered, the Spectra representative replied that he didn't know because he inherited the project. This lack of continuity and accountability is also troubling. For community involvement, when questioned about why there had been so little community engagement after the first proposed location was rejected, EORN Spectra Rogers had no clear response. When asked why the new proposed site is only a short distance from the previously rejected one, the only explanation given was that there was a willing host or landlord. It was also admitted that community input was not considered in selecting this location. After this public consultation meeting, I received an additional response to this question. Spectra responded that the community involvement is part of the public consultation process and meeting. And that's not what I was asking. My question was why, after the initial proposal was met with many residents protesting the location, and apparently it was 2 proposals, which I'm only learning today. And those residents in the last proposal even obtained legal counsel. Why was another location chosen near the first proposed location without first reaching out to the community? And it shows that Rogers and EORN do not care about the residents' opinions or enjoyment of the lake. And as a mother of a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, my property is probably the smallest on the lake, from what I can see from site plans. But it's directly adjacent to the property that this cell tower is being proposed on. And I know there's going to be a fence, but I have very curious children, and such a commercial structure going up near my residence is very concerning to me. And just, on a personal note, we are not against connectivity and cell phone use, but we are against having the tower imposed on our enjoyment of our land and the landscape and imposed on the other residents in the lake. I'm really disappointed on how this was all handled. This piece of land represents my retirement, and I poured my savings into it. I've already been a part of the Crystal Lake community, and we were really happy to be able to move to Brady Lake. And I had intentions of being a permanent and long-term resident of the lake, along with my aging parents. I have personally designed, I'm an interior designer, designed my future cabin to be a passive house on helical piles, so as to leave the property as is. I don't want to blast, I don't want to do anything, and tread as lightly as possible on the land and have the least amount of environmental impact. 197-foot cell phone towers 300 meters away from my tiny property is, in my opinion, the antithesis of treading lightly on the land and would ruin my enjoyment of the property. Furthermore, after signing a letter protesting, I myself signed it, protesting the first proposed location, I was incredibly upset to receive my own letter less than a year after that. And it's caused me and my family so much stress and worry for our future at the lake and financial future. If the cell tower proposal is approved, I will most likely be selling my property, probably at a loss, because it'll be so close to this tower. I request a formal non-concurrence, and appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Marshall, that council receives a delegation from Emily Jones in opposition of the proposed Rogers Telecommunication Tower C8268 Brady Lake as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Doherty? Do you have any statement or that you wanted to make, or do you have a presentation?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, I do.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so report 2583 is the staff report following the request for concurrence that the township received from Rogers Communications. As council has heard, the tower is proposed at 60 meters high and is self-supported and would be located at 2205 Brady Lake Road. The scope of the staff report is limited to the township's involvement as a land use authority, which involves confirmation of two key matters: whether the tower construction and site would conform with local land use policy, being our official plan and zoning bylaw, and whether the public consultation for the site met the process requirements. So I did want to just highlight a few points from the report. I won't go into all of the detail, but I'm hoping to also address some of the comments that arose through the delegations for hopeful clarity to council as well as the public. So regarding land use, the township official plan does designate the subject property as rural and waterfront. It's also classified as rural and hazard land zone in the township zoning bylaw. The location of the proposed facility is entirely within the rural designation as well as the rural zone. So any policies that are with respect to waterfront designation don't apply to this tower. The only part of the construction that would go through the hazard land zone is specific to the access road, which is a previously existing road, but does require some upgrades. Within the rural designation, uses in connection with government utilities or departments are permitted. And the rural designation also permits other land uses, which of course is a very open-ended way of saying whatever seems locally appropriate. But it does also specifically reference public uses. The rural zone also does permit public use. So I just wanted to clarify that our local planning policy recognizes commissions, boards, organizations, or any similar entities that have been established by any level of government, federal, provincial, or municipal, as a public authority. Our definitions do extend that to telephone companies, and telephone systems are identified as a public use. So the tower would be permitted in both the rural designation and the rural zone. There are some policies in the official plan regarding public use, and those are to consider whether the scale of the use can be integrated with the established character. The use is compatible with adjacent land uses, and that use is accessible from a public road. I want to highlight, though, that those policies are to be given regard to. They're not super prescriptive, so it doesn't mean that they need to be strictly met in order to conform to land use or the intent of the official plan, and particularly for uses that would be considered to have a greater public use or benefit. Even with that, tree removal beyond the compound site and access a road is not anticipated, so there would be limited disturbance to the established character. There are enhanced setbacks and mature vegetation that would mitigate for visual impact, and the tower would be accessed from the Highway 118, which of course is a public road. The township doesn't define adjacent lands for this particular kind of use. The tower would, however, be 974 feet from Brady Lake Road and an additional 213 feet from the lake itself. And most of the lands within the 180 meters from the tower, which is ISED's required circulation distance, are crown lands. There is limited private development, but most of it is crown land property. And the tower would also enhance public services to the local community and traveling public. So based on staff assessment, the tower site would conform to official plan policy as well as zoning policy. Staff did also require an environmental assessment because of the presence of wetlands and the hazard land zone on the properties. So Stantec did complete an EIS on behalf of Rogers at staff's request. Potential impacts identified were not dissimilar to those that we would see in other more common developments within our community. And it's limited to the access road itself, as the tower is completely outside of those sensitive areas. There were numerous mitigation measures recommended, which if implemented would prevent any long-term negative impacts to the wetlands. And once the roads are stabilized, there's no long-term impacts anticipated. So staff can confirm that the proposed tower complies with all local land use requirements subject to those mitigation measures recommended by Stantec. To implement those mitigation measures, we have prepared a statement of concurrence, which identifies the township understanding that EORN will monitor the work during their involvement with the project, and that the township will receive relevant reporting as confirmation of that active on-site work. Rogers will also be providing an attestation should the statement of occurrence be approved that those mitigations and requirements of the EIS would be adhered to. Regarding the public consultation process, Mr. Elder and his delegation did outline that process, and it's in the report, so I won't detail it further. But just to confirm, within attachment number 5, it outlines the comments received both in objection and in support. Most households were in support of the tower. There were other comments noted related to environment, health, visual impacts, road safety, and property values, but most of those are not within the purview of the township or not considered relevant concerns by ISED. Additional comments indicated that public consultation was not transparent and did not reach a broad enough group of residents for notification. However, we can confirm that the public consultation process was completed in accordance with ISED protocol and that the information required through Annex A was provided, as well as we identified in the report Rogers did, at staff's request, go beyond the ISAID requirements. So they circulated notice in more than one paper. They increased the mailing notification perimeter beyond the tower site instead to the property lines. And then they also hosted the public information session, which was an optional session to host. So I appreciate that meaningful consultation means something different to everyone. However, because Minden Hills does not have our own protocol, we look to ISAID to set what those parameters are. And I can say in this case that those parameters were followed. So staff are satisfied with the process that was undertaken by Rogers and would support approval of the statement of concurrence.
Are there any questions from council? Okay, so we have a resolution that's regarding, sorry?
Sorry, I was waiting for the delegations to be done before I could do my questions. If Lisa is still available, I'm not sure. Just so Will doesn't have to take it all.
Lisa from EON?
Yeah. She's still around. I mean, I can go ahead and hopefully Will can answer my questions.
Sure.
Okay. I can't go personal with this because this is where I reside. So I do have concerns, but I have to look at the whole picture. I would like transparency and environmental responsibility achieved. A reminder that residents want to feel heard and not blindsided. I'm here to represent their concerns and push for the least disruptive solution. Residents want strong advocacy, carriers want clarity. There are many that want this tower and a few that don't. I just want fairness and community cohesion. Regarding site selection, rationale, and alternatives, I thought we would just go one by one quickly so that you don't have to try and remember. You need to come up. Thank you. Okay. Hopefully you can answer this because this is a question coming from all sorts. What specific constraints or technical reasons ruled out the previously considered second site?
It was closer to the lake. And so I think in earlier stages, it was ruled out as being, it was a closer site to the water than what the site is now that we went to.
All right, thank you. Beyond technical coverage, what factors, example, land availability, municipal preference, existing infrastructure made C-8268 Brady Lake Road the conclusively chosen site?
As I mentioned earlier, that when we get a search ring, it's a fairly tight search ring. It's probably about maybe 2 kilometers in distance. So we're trying to place it in that area because that is, and as you saw from the diagram, is pretty much exactly in between the distances from the other towers. And you saw with the map that Paula covered, there's a very large area that is missing good cell coverage right now. And the green shows all of a sudden that it does fill in that property. If you move that tower too close to the other one, you lose it on the other side. If you move it too close the other way, you lose it. And that's why we have a very specific and tight location when we go to locate. So it's not, I know when people say, oh, alternative, well, 5 kilometers up that way, that's away from my thing. But now 5 kilometers is too close to that, you lose the service there. So technically it doesn't work within what the tower requirements. And it does look like we do have Lisa and Paula back if you do have the questions.
Get you off the hot spot. And sorry if I'm repeating some of the stuff that you said, but I just want clarity for everyone. Please confirm the methodology of the visual simulations. Given the terrain, is there a possibility the tower will appear higher than represented, making it more visually intrusive?
The photo simulations are done by an independent group based on the specific tower markings with latitude, longitude, and provided to us. And I don't see, I've never had the question before of the question on the accuracy, but I believe that they are very accurate to what the appearance will look like in the long run. I think the only difference I've noticed is for voice simulations of whether there's 4 antennas or 3 antennas or 6 antennas on the actual tower, but the actual heights and so forth do take into account elevations.
Okay, thank you. Design and placement options. You did say that it's gone down to 60. Is that the least it can go for
That's
height?
for this tower, with the rural areas and to work with the other towers, yes, the 60 meter is sort of the least we go. And I think there was one of the other things, you know, with that change, I've never seen them all of a sudden tear down the tower and put up a 90 meter tower all of a sudden. You know, the cost to put up the tower and the initial thing, and this is part of a larger contract thing. It will be a 60 meter tower and it will stay a 60 meter tower.
Thank you. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. Again, is there a slight shift in placement possible to minimize the landscape? Can you move it any more?
Not
This is
because
a spot.
we actually had to move because of the hazard land. So we actually were going to be a little further south, and we weren't, the tower wasn't actually in the hazard zone, but it was within the buffer zone that the municipality came back to us, said not to be in the buffer zone. So we moved it to where then it was outside, and that's the edge of the fencing is outside of the 30 meter buffer.
Will the carriers consider an alternative, less intrusive tower design?
There really is not at that height to have a different, it would be a different height, which it doesn't work to then get line of sight to the towers.
And you've talked about a visual buffer. Is there anything else that can be done?
Not really. I mean, you know, it's placed within the trees, and we're trees, and trees generally are in that plus a meter 30 meters, and the tower is 60, so the top bit of the tower does become visible. But that isn't able for it to work with other towers and actually emit the signal to be able to receive the signal.
Thank you. Has co-location been actively pursued, and what were the outcomes? Some might not know the answer to this.
The co-location basically would be if there was another tower within the sort of, you know, probably, I would say if we're co-location, maybe 3 or 4, you know, like there is no other tower in that area. We've located the towers and you saw them on the thing. And actually those 3 towers, we did do a co-locate because we were able to in those areas.
Thank you. Environmental review and construction. The location's proximity to wetlands, shorelines, and mature forests may trigger federal environmental assessment requirements.
I don't want to go to Lisa, that's they're more on.
No, the answer to that is that we've already completed an environmental impact assessment of the requirement of the municipality. There is no further work required.
Okay, I'm just clarifying for everyone. Thank you. Installing the tower during winter or early spring can lead to excessive ground disturbance and mud sediment runoff. We are already finding this in another location. Just want to make sure that I think Amanda also commented on this, just that it's going to go back to what it looked like around the tower before you started building.
Yeah, they generally, I mean, you know, and we're also placing the silt fencing and so forth, so it's protecting the thing as during the construction along the road and so forth. So we do meet the mitigation, and as mentioned, that all mitigation suggestions from Stantec, which is an independent company that completed the study, will fall.
Okay, I'm just asking because I've had lots of questions regarding another location. Any disruption to the landscape, access roads, and soil must be fully repaired. So you're saying that will be done?
Yeah, so I believe so. I'm not sure exactly what I mean, obviously the road will be created and done, and it's going to be done with silt fencing, et cetera, which is beyond what would normally done in any of those situations, but that's with regards to the EIS.
And you're doing that off of 118 going in?
Off of 118, yes, which is an existing access to that property and an existing laneway, I guess, that was already there.
Thank you. Although not currently required, future regulations or circumstances might necessitate tower lighting. How would that work?
So just actually wanted to, two things with that. One is, out of 600 towers, only one tower actually had lighting requirements changed after its construction. That was a larger tower, 85-meter tower, and at a higher ground elevation than what this tower is at. So generally, it doesn't usually happen. If it did, then because it'd be mandated that we have to put the lighting on, that there are some ability to add upward lighting protection and so forth that doesn't cast the downward as much.
Thank you. Public consultation process. All questions submitted by delegates, both written and verbal, could they receive comprehensive documented responses, or will they be answered here today?
No, they were already, that was all done, and that was done through the consultation process, and it was stipulated at the public consultation and also in all of our mailers, et cetera, that only the written comments would receive responses, and we mentioned that at the start of the meeting. It was in the mailer and so forth. The public information session is really a public information session, and it was hard necessarily to track all the questions, and we stipulated very upfront that please write us with any objections and so forth, which obviously some people did, and there was many obviously more so that actually wrote in support, which is actually always happened too, because normally people in support aren't part of these process. They just think it's going to go through. The people, only the negative usually write, but we actually had quite a few positive response for this tower.
So sorry, so the delegations today have already been answered, or these people are just?
Yep. Yeah, no, that was the, I believe, I believe it was like the 30th was the final date for submission for questions.
Okay, thank you. Just curiosity, residents need assurance that the petition supporting or opposing the tower was accurately presented and its implications understood by all parties. This was done by, who did the petitions? I think the Lake Association, which I didn't even see, and I live on the lake and I'm on.
No, it was done by one of the owners of the property, I wasn't party to the actual thing. I was only provided the final petition numbers and so forth.
Thank you.
But there, from that was just, there was the petition, which included in the study, the main written in support of the tower, which I believe there was 11 were actual written either letters or emails that were included into that separate study. From that was actually 52 people had signatures, and a number of the people that wrote in favor were on that as well. But I had nothing to do with writing or requesting that be done.
So in rural areas such as ours, there are few towers to cover a large area. And so I assume that whoever builds the first tower and puts their antennas on it, they immediately get the requests from the other companies to co-locate on that.
And there really is only two main carriers, right? Because once you go into the rural areas, all the other, so-called mobile companies piggyback. They may build in, like Toronto or something like that, but generally as soon as they're outside Toronto, they piggyback the already existing equipment and pay for the use of that over actually putting antennas. So really it would only be Bell. And obviously we do co-locate, and at some point maybe Bell will come along and decide that it's necessity, but they may or may not do it just because it may not be financially worthwhile for them in the same way that this is done with EORN, and it's a back thing where we're bringing service to areas that may not have had that coverage. It may never get that coverage because it may not make financial sense to spend the money to put a tower in.
Okay. So did you have something? So we have a resolution, and this resolution would be for the concurrence.
That
That
is
is
correct.
Okay, I would request a recorded vote.
So this will be a recorded vote. I'll read the motion and the mover and seconder and then follow through with each member of council alphabetically. Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receive report 2583 planning as information and that council concurs the public consultation has been completed in accordance with ISED protocol and tower site C8268 complies with the land use requirements of the township official plan and zoning bylaw, subject to the requirements identified in the letter of concurrence, and further that bylaw 25-121 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the statement of concurrence be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda. So I will start with Councillor Ingram, for or against. Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor Ingram? Thank you. Councillor Johannesson, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, for or against? For. Thank you. Councillor Saini, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Shell, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sisson, for or against?
Against?
Thank you. And Mayor Carter, for or against?
For.
Thank you. That carries the vote.
Thank you. It's 10:36. We'll take a break until 10:50. Okay, welcome back. It's 10:50 as advertised. Okay, we start with the adoption of minutes from the previous meetings. So it's just the November 27th regular minutes. Any comments or amendments? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that council approves the November 27th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes.
All those in favor? That is carried. Payment of accounts. Any for December 11th? Any questions from council? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson. Be it resolved that the accounts in the amount of $96,621.36 be approved for payment.
All those in favor? That is carried. Mayor's report. 'Tis the season to be jolly. A couple of things I wanted to highlight. One, I'd like to congratulate and thank the Minden Hills Firefighter Association. They had a very successful toy drive in conjunction with Canadian Tire last weekend. And so thank you to both the association and the owner of the Canadian Tire, Scott English, who donated several toys. These toys will be donated to the food bank, which next week on the 19th will be distributing Christmas baskets. Volunteerism is very important to our community, and it's very rewarding and fulfilling. And I would say that at this time of the year, it takes on even a special meaning. I do know that the food bank in the building their baskets, there are some things that are still needed and required. Some gifts. The food bank not only gives out food, but generally to families, there are also toys that are distributed at the same time. So I would encourage you to contact the food bank to see what it is that they do need, and please be as generous as possible in helping them out so that we can have some families who will have a very happy holiday season. Aside from that, I would just request everybody to drive carefully. It apparently is winter again. And so drive carefully, stay safe, and have a very enjoyable holiday season. Counselor Saney, Roma.
Thank you. And through the mayor, just a brief report. First of all, as you know, our conference is coming up in January. There's going to be a different format than we've done in all the previous years, a slightly different, where we've often had, they're called bear pits informally, but they're really called ministerial forums, where all the head ministers will take the stage, and people from the floor attending the conference get to ask any question they want, as long as it's not specific to their community, as long as it's an overall that applies to many communities across the Ontario. So it's always a very interesting session, well chaired. And this year they've divided it up to do 2 ministers forums. The first one will be finance, infrastructure, and growth. And the next one will be health, social services, and housing. So that way you can have more time to get some more questions in and a little bit more focused. And so the ministers that are applicable to those areas will be at one of those 2. So I think it's going to be a lot easier to kind of get questions answered without trying to cover too much territory in a short period of time. So that's going to be a change. So if you haven't registered yet, I'm encouraging you to. And the other is the, we were successful, I should say, Chatham-Kent was successful in court regarding the Drainage Act. And the courts favored that, in fact, the act, which is an act that makes sure that the rail companies, CP and CN, also are responsible along with the municipalities for the construction and maintenance of drainage. This is a very important issue and very important through our farmland and other places, because without this act, all of the drainage and maintenance for these areas due to the rail lines would fall upon local municipal taxpayers. So Chatham-Kent was kind of taking the ball and running with it first, but it applies to many groups. And we did have intervened status as Roma. It's the first time we've taken on any kind of legal issue before, and became one of the speakers to that issue with our intervener status. So we were very successful at that level. It is possible that they might try to appeal it, but we have the support of the province of Ontario. And so that act is in place and was in our favor. It has some other implications for other types of services, and we hope to clarify what those might be at our Roma conference when we have our regional reports. Maybe we'll have more clarification on why that particular issue doesn't just apply to the rail industry, but to any other kinds of services, and why it's so important to us. So that's my report. I hope to, we have one more meeting, committee of the whole and a board meeting coming up yet this December in our planning process. So we'll be reporting back probably not until January again. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Saini. Correspondence and communications. And there was correspondence from the MNR about the black bear harvest management and the fact that they are, I guess, requesting input on that. So all of those on either side of the black bear question should contact the MNR and give them your feedback. Are there any questions about that? Okay, so please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Johansson, that council receives correspondence from the Ministry of Natural Resources regarding the black bear harvest management in Ontario as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Department reports. We start with Public Works. Ms. Kosh, who's going to tell us all about blue boxes.
Good morning, Council, and through the chair. So staff provided a report to Council at the November 27th regular Council meeting that provided an update on the Blue Box services. At the time of that report, staff were awaiting details of the additional change notice that would allow for the blending of eligible and non-eligible materials and the methodology that would be used. On November the 28th, Circular Materials communicated the approved blending methodology. The methodology provides the calculation that determines the number of kilograms for which the common collection system will be responsible for if the municipality wishes to blend both non-eligible and eligible blue box material in the same depot collection bin. The circular materials methodology has been outlined in the staff report before you. The methodology does not take into account seasonal fluctuations, holiday-related increases, fire bans that may affect paper and fiber recycling, or other factors that can impact material volume, such as increasing the number of materials that can now go in the Blue Box program. Based on the quantity of Blue Box materials collected in 2025 and the proposed methodology, the proportionate share of eligible Blue Box material is estimated to end in September for Minden Hills. After that point, Minden Hills would be responsible for the hauling and processing costs for Blue Box material for the remainder of the year. Staff are recommending that non-eligible materials be segregated and collected separately. In this approach, the township would be responsible only for the costs associated with managing the segregated non-eligible material. This results in significantly lower financial implications than the blended approach presented, as the township would only pay for the actual non-eligible materials rather than relying on an unrealistic methodology that could overstate the township's responsibility. And I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
So the number of producers of non-eligible, we don't have very many here in here. Is that correct? In terms of how many people are in that non-eligible category?
So through the chair, that is correct. We have approximately 224, and many of which already have alternate arrangements with private contractors that they've arrange for garbage and recycling. So we don't know the exact number of non-eligible properties that use our sites, but it is low.
Okay, well, I think what you're recommending makes a lot of sense, and particularly in that case. Councillor Ingram?
Yeah, through the chair, great that you've brought this to us. Do you see this, how are you gonna accomplish it, I guess, is how are you gonna get it to the public that this goes in this bin and this goes in this bin? I know it's gonna be a procedure for some, but what's your plans as far as getting that done?
So through the chair, we're going to use our best efforts that Circular Materials has indicated we can do. So the new program does come into effect January 1st, 2026. That isn't a lot of notice. So we'll look at this more in the new year, but I have created a guide for staff that they can use when individuals come in, and if it looks like that it could be a non-eligible source based on the logo on a vehicle or the quantities, then they can ask where the material was generated. And then we can segregate that into a couple of bins that we will separate from our current lineup of recycling bins.
Perfect. It's kind of a hit and miss with that. I mean, you do the best you can, right? But at the same time, you can't be stopping everybody that comes in and pulling their bags out and going, oh, where'd you get this from? And it's just not feasible that way. So good for you.
Councillor McKelvey?
So are we still planning this non-eligible just at the Scotch Line landfill?
Through the chair, that was a direction from council.
So,
I'd just also like to mention that come the first year, that bottle has to go home with you, so that it's not going in the non-eligible.
So if I may add, we have had some internal discussions with staff, and we don't feel that there are many non-eligible sources using the transfer stations. So we can probably continue status quo there. If there's anything obvious within our best efforts that needs to be directed to Scotch Line, we will do so.
because of the fact that, everybody is supposed to be having the same definitions for blue box material now, is there any, as Councillor Ingram just requested about teaching people, is there anything being done at the provincial level to start, to say, hey, this goes in a blue box? Because, I mean, it's the same for everybody, so they could do province-wide advertising, right?
So through the chair, there's nothing happening that I'm aware of. There was a lot of work done leading up to the transition period, so it's been a few years now. Circular Materials isn't the most helpful. They keep just referring to the regulation where it essentially outlines what eligible is, and then everything else that isn't vaguely mentioned in the reg is deemed to be non-eligible. But we do have some resources that were created when the CIF was still around that I've been able to put together and put into use until if CM directs otherwise.
Okay. Councillor Sisson?
So knowing what you have there now for bins, are you gonna have to add more bins for this recycling program?
So through the chair, no, we don't have any more bin space or wall space, sorry, for bins. So we will just have two separate bins at the end of the lineup that we will keep for our non-eligibles whenever any of those come in.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saini, seconded by Councillor Ingram, that council receive report 2509, Waste Management Blue Box Depot Service Agreement, change notice for information, and that council approves the change notice to the existing deep cooperation agreement with Circular Materials for Blue Box services at Minden Hills waste disposal sites, segregating non-eligible blue box material for the period of January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2028, based on the terms outlined in the change notice attachment 1. And further that bylaw 25-122 attachment 2, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the change notice, be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuigan? Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilors. So before you is report 25 25, the Minden Hills Cultural Center Advisory Committee October meeting minutes. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Councilor McKelvey.
Not so much a question, it just appreciation to the Cultural Center Foundation has provided all of the TVs, and we're talking about $1,000 per year for professional conservation work. So just wanted to send a shout out to them and appreciation of what they've provided.
Yep. Good show. Any other questions, comments? Resolution?
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receive report 2525, Community Services Department, Minden Hills Cultural Center Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated October 14th, 2025.
All those in favor? It is carried. Thank you. Ms. Doherty, we haven't heard from you in a while. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first report here is 2582 related to PLZBA 2025-091 Dixon, which was for the public meeting. I don't have anything further to add.
Any questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receive report 2582 planning as information, and that bylaw 25-120 to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for lands subject to PLZBA 2025091 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval.
All in favor? That is carried. 2584 Snowden Park.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so council supported the Halliburton Highlands Land Trust request to submit an application for a conservation designation on Snowden Park in June of last year, and they are working on that application. Part of the information that they have to provide includes information about zoning or bylaws that limit the use to something like a conservation use. So staff had looked into that, and there are parts of Snowden Park that do have more restrictive zoning, but there are large areas that are currently zoned open space, which does allow for a variety of uses such as golf courses. So staff are seeking direction from council to initiate a zoning bylaw amendment. This will support the application for HHLT, but it also will create a uniform zoning. So from a policy perspective, that certainly makes sense to staff, and also will demonstrate commitment to protect the Snowden Park lands.
Would this be a new a type of zone, or how would it all be designated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so just for ease, staff would be recommending just extending the current open space. I think it's exception 2 that's on the front parcel to all of the open space lands.
And does that affect, because some of it is hazard land or wetland or anything like that, it can all be accommodated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so anything that's currently recognized as hazard land or wetland would remain as is. It is certainly possible that there are wetlands within the open space areas, but because there would be such limited restrictions, it would be protected, and it would still allow for the other things that are allowed in the open space exception 2, such as like a picnic shelter, for example.
Makes sense. Any other questions? Councillor Saney?
Maybe this is a comment more than a question, and that is, I believe this land, and correct me if I'm wrong, was donated by Ross Rigney and Lois way back when, becoming Snowden Park. Was there some involvement with them in this? And anyway, I just think that this is a great way to be preserving this land at this point, and the support of all those people who oversaw this in the past. So really pleased that this is continuation of that. Thank you. And I love that park for dog walking, by the way.
Councilor McKelvey?
You're just questioning the need to actually go through a rezoning. I mean, the township owns the property. It was donated. I can't, you could be right. I just don't remember who it was, but I thought it was even protected on the deed that there's restrictions on the use. I'm just wondering, it's not like we're going to start allowing a golf course in there. I don't think we could if we wanted to, so I just question the need for this. The other thing, when I was reminded in Amanda's report that we supported the land trust getting a conservation designation on that property, I'm not sure what that means because there's been a lot of information that came out after we did that as far as the whole conservation designation. I don't want to lose control of Snowden Park. So I personally have second thoughts on what we did last year. And now I'm questioning the rezoning, so.
Comments?
Through Mr. Mayor, so I can't comment on the application. That's well outside of anything that I've been involved in. And this is why we've brought forward the suggestion for an amendment. It's not, I agree, it's not like council's going to suddenly decide to develop a golf course on the back half of Snowden Park. I think from a planning perspective, it does tidy up our current policy. I'm not sure why it wasn't applied across the whole property originally, but it should have been. And it does help in terms of unifying the lot. And it does support the application. It's not a requirement of their application, but staff saw it as an opportunity to benefit our zoning bylaw policy as well as supporting that application if that's the direction that council still wanted to go in. But and again, that's why we're here to see if council has an appetite for that.
It could be an interesting miniature golf hole with that Cadillac or the Lincoln, whatever. So, Councilor Shell.
You Mayor.
We changed buildings, you changed titles.
Thank you. Amanda, as like Councillor McKelvey here, after being sitting at the county and all of the pushback we received from the community regarding the Halliburton Highlands Land Trust and that corridor, maybe can you, what is the advantage of us doing this than just being status quo as what the township has done for many years? Is there a benefit? Is there any advantage to allowing this to happen?
Through Mr. Mayor, so putting Halliburton Highlands Land Trust aside, the advantage from a township perspective would be having that uniform zoning on the property and just being a commitment for the township, regardless of any designation, that overall it's intended to be protected lands. Right now, there are quite a few permitted uses on a good portion of that property. The restrictive zoning is more towards the front, so it would just be to demonstrate from a bylaw perspective that it is intended for protection.
Follow up, if I may then. Could we not just do that ourselves as municipality?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that is what I'm suggesting that we would do. So we would be initiating as the township this process, and we would be carrying out the process. It would be very similar, just I'm the only person who would be doing it. I'm both the applicant and the report writer. But rather than doing this later on, it's something that we're doing upfront. And so it would go through the normal process as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Ingram.
Through the chair, I too have some concerns about the land trust being a part of our decision-making process. I'd rather just do it in-house, as you're saying, without the land trust. Their history isn't the greatest. In partnerships, I'll say that. Thank you.
Councilor Saini.
Thank you, through the chair. I remember when the land trust started and how important that was and the amount of public education that they have done through the land trust. I attended some of those meetings where the public was very upset about some of the information that went out, and a lot of that was misinformation. And sitting in those meetings and seeing the misinformation was very upsetting. And I know particularly for the core of the people who have put their so many efforts into understanding our rural areas and what we need to preserve. You'll see an article in today's Highlander as well some of the work that they're doing and the importance of preserving, for example, wetlands, where those areas south of us, those great developed cities, now we're saying we have a water problem. How do we retain the water and how do we do this? Because we've paved over these areas. I mean, I think that being aligned with the land trust and what they're doing shows that we have an environmental awareness and that it's not a matter of, and when I went to some of those meetings, people worried about them taking over land and private land and not being able to hunt or do the things that we all did. That was not the issue, and that was not an issue. So I do think there's a lot of controversy, but a lot of it's on that misinformation on social media. And I don't want social media to guide my decisions. I've been following their work for years. I know it's solid. I know the kind of work that they're doing, so I would totally support this. I think in terms of what happens to that property, it probably wouldn't make a difference whether we support it or not, but it just shows that we support our nonprofit groups that are working to better our community and to make sure that we have a continuation of a healthy environment for all of us. For that, and that's for hunting and snowmobiling and all the above. So I would be in support of this. Thank you.
So just so I understand and everybody else can understand, we're talking about two separate things here, right? We're talking about the rezoning for our purposes, and then there was another process that's going on over on the side, which is not really on the table right now because we haven't there's nothing imminent on that. So the idea where you're looking at is to take a piece of land that we own and make sure that it has a singular designation so that it's protected for our use.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly right. The zoning bylaw amendment would be a township initiative to demonstrate protection and create uniformity, and anything specific to the land trust and their application would be outside of this report.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor McKelvey.
Again, I'm just questioning the need for this. It's been there since before amalgamation, and I just don't know why we're having to do this rezoning now. It's our land. We will protect it. There's definitely restrictions on title for it, so I just don't see the wisdom of this.
Well, I think if we do this, we put it all under one zoning, then it's protected in the future from any other councils deciding to break up the land or whatever. So it's just a matter of having it all under one zoning and be protected. So I don't see the harm in doing it. I think there's some benefit and I don't see the harm. So any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Anderson, that council receives report 2584 planning is information, and that council directs staff to proceed with the zoning bylaw amendment for Snowden Park and schedule the public meeting as required under the Planning Act.
All those in favor? Sorry, could you hold up your hand? That's what I said. All right, against?
All those against?
All right. 3-4. It's defeated. All right. Ms. Blanchard, you're going to join us about proposed revisions to the 2025 tax rate bylaw.
Go.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for allowing me to put this report before you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. So just want to consider this a housekeeping item, seeking your approval to put before you a revised bylaw with reference to the 2025 tax rates. So we've provided with this report a Schedule A that will be attached to the bylaw. We've also provided the previous bylaw so you can see what the differences are. And I just wanted to point out a few things. While it may look like the differences in the rates really are very minute, we are required under the legislation to pass a bylaw with rates that are 8 digits. So that does make a difference in the calculation. And I want to assure Council that these are the rates that were used. I feel like that's my face, that were used for the tax calculation. So they are the rates that were put into the tax system, the software system, and I've noted here that the difference between the levy that was passed through the estimates bylaw and what was actually calculated is a little over $1,000 difference. So that difference is a result of a provision in the bylaw that allows for minimum billing. So we did have some properties that regardless of the calculation, they were going to get a bill for $20 or $25. So that explains that difference. The other purpose and change in the bylaw is to also provide you and the reader with the county and education rates. So the county's rates are, of course, are established by bylaw, and the education rates are established through an OREG through the province of Ontario. And also just wanted to make one minor little correction that it was with reference to the estimate bylaw within this bylaw. I was just correcting the number of that one. So the new bylaw number will be 25-126 if Council should approve.
Okay, any questions? Councillor McKelvey.
Not so much a question. Kudos for putting the general municipal rate, the county rate, the education rate all in one schedule. I had to go back and look up something for somebody once, and I was like, oh, why didn't we do this the way we used to do it? So thank you for getting that back on track. You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Sandy, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, that Council receives report 2516 Finance, proposed revisions to the 2025 tax rate bylaw as information, and that bylaw 25-126 being a bylaw to authorize the levy, the rates of taxation for 2025, to establish the due date for payment of taxes, and to provide for penalty and interest to be added to unpaid taxes, be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Administration, that puts you up.
So thank you, Council. This report before you today is in regard to the procedural bylaw. So building on the reports from the November 13th and 27th meeting, this report includes additional proposed changes to that bylaw. So November 13th, the report covered the 4 items of discussion. It was the meeting schedule that was actually approved at the November 27th meeting. Housekeeping, just to repeal an amending bylaw to include the extra meeting in August, notice a motion, and then to include an agenda item delegation to the procedural bylaw. So the Clerk's Department did receive positive feedback on all of those 4 items. So these changes will be incorporated in the bylaw for January 8th. However, staff did attach a chart below in the agenda package just with some description and Council's noted comments. As the province extended the Strong Mayor powers to Minden Hills, staff also provided report 2520, which was an overview of those powers and legislation on May 29th, 2025, And staff also brought forward a report 2540, which was the mayoral budget process, just an overview on November 13th. So as I've said, the next phase of changes relates basically to the strong mayor powers, but I've also included a few housekeeping items. So I'll start reviewing each item and then request council's feedback if that's okay with the chair. And the first item would be the definitions. So there were 4 new definitions added to the proposed bylaw. And then I just expanded on the majority vote in that section of the bylaw. So the 4 new were the mayoral decision. It's just a description, the mayoral direction, strong mayor powers, and then I included the 2/3 majority vote description. So I'm happy to address any feedback or questions from council.
Are there any questions? Council McKelvey?
Sorry, I had a bunch of comments on it and I mentioned to the clerk that my notes were wiped out, but maybe can you just help me out here? Are we on the actual draft bylaw that you're talking about now as far as?
So through the chair, to Councilor McKelvey, I've just started, but I only added in like the strong mayor powers and some edits that I want to discuss today. When I come back in January, I will put all of the edits in, and that's actually what will go on as well to the public for review for noted comments. And then we'll bring that back if council has any further edits at the January 8th meeting. Again, we're happy to push that off and approve it at the end of the month, but this is just kind of tackling what we want to discuss today.
Okay, so if I may, I don't understand why we would put in the number 7 members present equals 4 for majority. I mean, usually the wording is that it's like it just, I don't see the wisdom of needing that, but that's just me.
So through the chair, to Councilor McKelvey, honestly, I was just reviewing several procedure bylaws just to see if we could make some improvements and whatever, and that just grabbed my attention, and I thought it would be helpful, especially when I have other people filling the chair if I'm not here sitting at the table, but it also helps the current mayor and any potential new mayor if it's their first chairing a meeting, first attempt at chairing a meeting. Yeah, and it does help the public, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other thing that I notice in here, we're using an old reference instead of closed session. We're talking about in camera, and when the legislation changed, I'm just thinking this whole in camera comment shouldn't even be part of our procedural bylaw anymore. It's a closed session pursuant to the legislation under very stringent. So to me, I'd like to see in camera taken out of the bylaw throughout and in the definitions.
So through the chair to Councilor McKelvey's comments, absolutely, that's something that we can look at and bring forward to the January 8th meeting.
Okay, my other question is the strong mayor's powers being put in here. Like, is that not just legislated? Do we really need to have it in here? I'm just asking as far as what other places are doing.
Through the chair to Councilor McKelvey, yes, a lot of municipalities, they are putting these procedures in place within their procedure bylaw. It does help the public understand why council is making a different decision than they would regularly make for certain areas, especially a voting method, because it does change slightly. Also, there's a section here that I want to discuss further as we go along. There's certain instances, if you take, for instance, the vacancy of the chair when the mayor is actually away, absent, and we have our deputy mayor or another member of council be that presiding officer, it does typically, you sort of assume all of those duties and exercises within the procedural bylaw. However, you would not assume the strong mayor powers. So there are certain things that I think would be of benefit to the public as well as to council and new members that would join council along with staff.
Any other questions? Counselor Saini?
Just a comment. I appreciate the work that's been put into this by staff and these changing legislations. It's very hard to approve all these new policies and programs when you're fundamentally against the Strong Mayors Act as we try to work more towards democracy and working together. It seems like we're being more strong-handed from the top, and it's hard to enforce and encourage the rewording of this, though I do appreciate the fact that this makes it clear to the public on why we do certain things and why it's working this way. Hopefully, the provincial legislation will change. And I would like to see something that if the provincial legislation changes, then this automatically changes back too, instead of keeping us within the strong mayor's power. Just a safety precaution, because there is a lot of pushback across the province against this. I won't get into the reasons why at this point, but if there's something that says, if the province isn't enforcing this, we won't either. Thank you.
Any other questions? Counselor McKelvey?
I have questions later on, so I don't know if we should let the clerk continue what she's. I'm not sure where we are. On the
That's
bylaw.
okay. Yeah. So through the chair, I will, every change that I've made in the procedure bylaw, I have notes here, and I'm just going to tackle them one at a time, get council's feedback, take a few notes. And then if there's still something, that I've missed or that you want to discuss, I'm happy to answer questions at the end as well.
Okay, I'll continue.
Okay. So if there's no further feedback with respect to the definitions, I'm going to move through to section 5. And that moves us into the presiding officer section. So under 5.2, I've added some new wording, and the wording is excluding strong mayor powers. So as I sort of mentioned earlier, when the mayor is absent and another member fills the vacancy and may exercise the rights of the mayor or the presiding officer at that time, the strong mayor powers are excluded from that. Number 4 is new language that just includes the strong mayor powers and the duties of the head. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have just in these 2 changes.
Anything on that? Okay, go on.
So moving forward to number 6, which is found on page 8 of the draft that's attached to the agenda package. Duties of the head of council. It's on page 8 and 9 actually. So there was some new wording that provides the head of council powers or strong mayor powers as it relates to the budget. So 2A sort of explains the time frame to propose the budget for February 1st. And B, should the head forfeit their duty of budget, council will continue with the budget standing committee, or as they feel the need to have meetings accordingly to pass the budget.
Go ahead.
So that B section, and again, kind of misplaced my notes here. So, but is that even in the legislation? I'm just wondering, like that the head of council does get to forfeit that?
If the head of council decides not to pass the budget by February 1st, or if it doesn't happen, then we continue on with the regular process.
Okay, so we don't have a budget standing committee anymore.
No, we have in the past used it from time to time, but for the most part, we've just been holding special meetings of council.
Yeah.
But we've always kind of left it in there in case we revert back, depending on the treasurer. So I would prefer to wait until the treasurer is hired and we have a more thorough discussion before we change.
Okay, well, I don't want the reference to be the budget standing committee and then somewhere down the road, all of a sudden, a budget standing committee is comprised of 3 members of council and not all of council. I would definitely want that to be all of council. I think the budget is the most important thing we do, so. So I would have trouble with it making reference to the budget standing committee.
So through the chair, the budget standing committee, when they've met outside of like a regular or special council meeting, it's just been considered all members of council that are part of that committee. It's
But-
not a separate body unless.
But we never appointed a budget standing committee. That
Right.
used to be the
It used
case.
to. That's
Yeah.
correct.
But that's a previous term, like,
Well-
we don't have, as this term of
Mhm.
council, a budget standing
Mhm.
committee.
And really, we did it because due to committee of committee of the whole, rather.
Yes, so I would like this, I would have problems with this referring to a budget standing committee, so just.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's an easy amendment to make. And also it would remove that section that's in there altogether, and we can reword that. Okay, were there any further questions with this? Okay. Moving forward to committees, which is at the top of page 10. The new wording acknowledges the legislation, which is the committee structure of appointing chairs and vice chairs in regard to committees comprised of entirely of members of council. Otherwise, we would just follow the regular practice and council appoint currently. Was there any questions with respect to the wording on page 10? Okay. Moving forward, section 14, which is agendas and supporting materials, which is found on the middle of page 16. I removed the paragraph or proposed a removal of the paragraph for item 5. And this section requires a 2/3 majority to add an urgent item to the agenda. However, the information has been included under 6, and it's just been changed to a majority vote of council to add an item to the agenda, which is a regular vote. The other change was in number 7, which I believe will probably turn to number 8. And it explains, in accordance with the act, the mayor has powers to require council to consider a matter if they are of the opinion that the matter could potentially advance a prescribed priority. And happy to answer any questions if council has any feedback on those items.
Councilor McKelvey.
Back to number 6, so, so if we wanted to add something to the agenda that we felt was urgent, it's only presented if deemed appropriate by the chair, and strong mayor powers supersedes this. Like, is that in the legislation? Because I didn't read it.
So through the chair, the addition to the agenda, that is just a general housekeeping. That isn't in respect to the strong mayor powers. Is that what you're referring?
Well, you've made a reference, strong mayor powers supersedes this provision, so I don't think it does, but.
Well, no, that last line, that's correct. It does supersede. So if he was bringing forward something that was within the potentially advanced of a prescribed priority, then that is correct.
That's number 7. Back to number 6.
So
If
number
we want to add something to the agenda, you've put in the last sentence of that, strong mayor powers supersedes this provision. I do not believe the legislation for strong mayor powers supersedes this provision. I believe if we have something of an urgent matter that we want to add, we can do that.
That's correct. And that's fine. We can take that line out.
Well, no, I'm asking,
Right.
I don't
and-
believe the legislation for strong mayor powers does do that. So, you see, we can take it out. Well, we need to make sure I'm right, and
Right, so
So-
I guess when I was looking at that section and when I reviewed several other procedure bylaws that were within Ontario, most of them did sort of have that indicated in there, and it was I would assume it would be because if council was trying to put something on an agenda that would mitigate a provincial priority, then the mayor could supersede it and say, no, that's a provincial priority. But I'm happy to take it out,
Yeah, I don't think.
or we'll look into it. Okay, so look into that and bring some information back. Council? Yes? Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Was there any other discussion with this section?
Seeing that?
Okay. So the next section is 19, which is motions, rules of debate, voting on motions, and that's on page 19. Just gonna chat there. So the new included wording related to the strong mayor powers and voting. So A through D is basically pertains to the bylaws, the veto period, the budget resolution override, and just to acknowledge that the head is able to vote on A through D. Staff also removed a section in clause 5 as the clerk reads all motions currently. And number 7, I just removed the line, the merit or proceeding off.
Presiding.
So, and I can read that line out if council wants some clarity for those two sections. So I'll explain a little clearer. So number 5 reads that when a motion is presented to council or a committee in writing, it shall be read by the mayor or presiding officer. So I've just taken that out because the clerk reads the motions. So, and then number 7, it reads that once read by the mayor or presiding officer, a motion belongs to the meeting and may not be withdrawn without consent of the mover and the seconder. The motion is to be entered into the minutes and noted as being withdrawn. So all I've done, because the clerk reads the motion, I've just removed by the mayor or presiding officer. That's all I've done, just to clean it up a little bit.
Council McCollum?
Sorry, I have to go back a bit to 19(1).
Sure.
D. The head of council is entitled to vote on a vote described in paragraphs A to C. The head of council is entitled to vote whenever.
Correct.
So I don't know why we need that in there.
It's just a majority of the edits to the procedure bylaw that includes the strong mayor powers have that in there. Because
well,
I
it
think
makes it sound like the mayor can't vote for anything else then.
Oh,
So
I see what you're saying.
I don't believe that should be there. I mean, the legislation is going to be online forever or until it's dealt with and changed. So I don't see the wisdom of putting that in here in our procedural bylaw when it says the head of council is entitled to vote on a vote described in paragraphs A to C. By default, that means he can't vote on anything else in the agenda. So I don't believe that should be in there.
It says for voting subject to part 6 of the Municipal Act 2001. So it's referring to the strong mayor and head of council powers. But again, I'm open to council's feedback.
Go ahead.
I would agree that it's redundant because the mayor can,
vote
even
it.
before the Strong Mayors Act, can vote on anything, right? So I just to not confuse things, I think it seems like a
Absolutely.
redundant
Yeah, that's fine.
line.
Sorry, council, I'm just making notes as we go along.
I do appreciate that you're trying to cover everything, just now giving it a second look, it's just kind of jumping out.
Yes, and I did, absolutely. I did, like I say, I compared it to several other municipalities, and I will say I worked very hard to not make it as verbose as some, but then not leave out some other sections that I felt council may want to consider. Was there any other edits to these two changes? No, agree?
The next one.
All right. So the next section is section 22, which is found on page 23. I think it's near the bottom of that page. And this is basically, number 10. And it's just that in accordance with part 6 of the Municipal Act, a proposed mayoral bylaw introduced at council meeting cannot be amended by council and shall only be put to vote pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 or written by the head of council for submission of a new mayoral bylaw or future meeting. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
What would be an example?
So for provincial priorities, and I can go through the chart if it's easier for, okay.
I would use an example of, let us say that, you know, I have a feeling they put this in for the benefit of the minister. The minister calls up and says, hey, we want you to do this. You know, we want you to, you know, buy a piece of crown land and develop some housing on it. You know, so you know, then you make that proposal and it comes here, and you need 1/3, which is really the big difference. You need 1/3 of council to agree on it, as opposed to like a 4-3. So you'd only need 3 people. That was my best guess as to why they slid that in there.
Mm-hmm. Does council have any further questions with respect to the change? Okay, so this concludes the review of changes for the procedural bylaw. Staff will be seeking public comment and will advertise in the upcoming local newspaper and township website and bring forward the edits, and it will include the feedback. I'll also include in the next report just the chart that feedback that council provided today and prior. Is there any further questions?
Councillor Saini?
Can you just review how this will be put out to the public, just for the public's sake, and how they can respond?
Sure, absolutely. So I actually started drafting the notice last night, so staff will probably be providing that into the newspaper. I'm hoping it'll run for a good 3 to 4 weeks. And it actually says in the notice that you know, you're welcome to submit comments to the clerk or contact the clerk's department if you have any questions. So, and I will include those comments for council at the following meeting.
Councillor McKelvey?
So you're gonna post a red line version of the bylaw though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. That's what
Yeah.
I want to make sure that they
Yeah.
can actually look at what is
Absolutely.
being proposed for changes.
Mhm. And I'll use the strikeout as little as possible because I don't feel that that's helpful when it gets really messy when you start sort of striking out a word but I'll put it in red and try to, I'll make it as pleasing as possible to the eye.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Please read the motion.
Moved by Councillor Yohannesson, seconded by Councillor Saini, that council receives report 2545 administration procedural bylaw reviews information, and that staff proceed with notice to the public regarding proposed changes, and that the draft procedure bylaw be brought back to the January 8th, 2026 regular council meeting for consideration and adoption.
Those in favor? That is carried. And you again.
Me again. So this next report is regarding the 2026 municipal and school board election. So staff is seeking to execute the agreement and secure tabulator services with Votes Canada. Council has chosen the hybrid voting method of internet, telephone, and traditional paper ballot for the 2026 municipal and school board election, along with the use of tabulators. So election staff use these tabulators to read, record how a ballot is marked. The ballots are deposited into a ballot box, and the tabulator stores the information and produces the election results after the close of the voting place. This will provide election results quickly following the close of voting. So within the estimated cost, the estimated cost is approximately $15,844, but it also includes several items that we would typically order outside of the tabulator process. So it includes 2 tabulators. One would be for backup, secrecy folders, ballot marking pens, ballot boxes, on-site and accuracy testing, advanced voting day support, along with the election day support. The cost of the paper ballots required for the advanced voting and election day for the in-person method will be determined at a later date and is excluded from the 15,000 quote that council has received.
Any questions? Let's read your motion.
Moved by Deputy Marshall, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives report 2544, administration 2026 municipal and school board election voting method agreement as information, and that council waives section 10 of the procurement policy and direct staff to proceed with securing tabulators with Votes Canada Ltd, and that bylaws 2523 to authorize the execution of the agreement between the township and Votes Canada, and bylaw 25124 alternative voting methods and the use of tabulators be referred to the bylaw section for approval.
All those in favor? That is carried. All right. We now move into closed session. We move in and then set a time.
Do you want to break for lunch and then have closed session? How does council feel about just taking a quick break, having lunch, and then?
That's fine. Fine with me.
Yeah.
So do we go in?
We can just break, and then when we come back, we can go in, or we can go in.
Well, it's just that
Break.
if we get out of open now, then it's easier for them to set up.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, just
No,
to go into
just
close.
go.
That's a no. By Councillor McKelvey, be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at 11:53 a.m. for the purpose of discussing one item pursuant to section 239(2)J of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding a trade secret of scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value finances.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Roll call.
Be retrained. We are back. Please read the resolution to resume open session.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that closed session adjourned and open session resumes at 1:01 PM.
All those in favor? Is carried. You want to do the next one?
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that direction given in closed session be approved.
All those in favor? That is carried. Bylaws.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 25-120 zoning bylaw amendment PLZBA 20250991 Dixon. Bylaw 25-121 communication tower C8268. Bylaw 25-122 to execute an agreement with Circular Materials. Bylaw 25-123 to execute an agreement with Votes Canada. Bylaw 25-24 to authorize the use of internet and telephone voting and tabulators. Bylaw 25-125 to appoint a director of finance treasurer. Bylaw 25-126, the 2025 tax rate.
All those in favor? That is carried, especially 25-125.
I had to add some excitement to that one. Okay.
Confirming bylaw.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that bylaw 25-127 being a bylaw to confirm the proceeding of council held during its meeting of December 11th, 2025, be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? Is carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Deputy Marshall, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that the December 11th, 2025 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 1:03 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everybody. This was our last regularly scheduled meeting for the year. But for those of you who just can't get enough of us, on Monday, December 15th, we will be discussing the budget. That starts at 9 AM and will be on all regular scheduled channels. Thanks. Bye for now.